Alright, that's up. This is up now. It looks good. I think. Alright. Hello everyone. Welcome back to more Grace Attorney Chronicles. My name's Caden. So, last stream we finished the first of the two games in the Chronicles, which was Adventures. So now we're going to start with oh, sorry, I got you. So now we're going to start Resolve. So yeah, let's go ahead and just get started. The Grace Attorney 2, Resolve. Pretty sure it falls almost directly after 2, or Adventure. Oh, hey, Sodom.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
It's me.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Point.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Probably with his back up against the wall.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Huh? I find myself faced with another crime. Oh. It's the, person from the first game.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh.
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
So the culprit from the first case, Ace in the first game, is now... Oh, nice. Is now the victim. Interesting. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. So now we're playing as Susato, I think is what it's implying.
Here I am again, after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves. And I also must look at the internet and see it's going wonky. What's changed? I'll tell you what's changed.
Nothing. Nothing ever changes. Well, whatever.
I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Oh, hi.
Ah, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes you aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh, dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Excuse me.
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life, it's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through your disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity patch. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be promoted into the Supreme Court to take your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. No, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. Certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susanoo.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh, stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted to the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There is simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
Alrighty. Supreme Court Judge. Hey!
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mimbami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready!
Alright, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that right?
Sorry.
Oh yes, I had come up with a suitable male name for this little adventure. So I'm afraid I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel?
That's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryotaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But I still got a fan with the name Naruhodo. That pretends to be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin.
His cousin.
That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but he was called to the capital for his trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them.
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, they accuse us of calling a country boy.
How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys.
Not now, Ray.
We'll have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray.
please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, his eyes are... wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. Determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
I lost my coat.
Alright, time to prove myself. Slap. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
It was Josiah Brett, right?
That's simple, I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruho-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are... want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear. It's dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge that you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case, in the court record.
That's right. Just use E to open a court record. What's an E? Then you need to flip to the people section with that thing. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching over you closely.
Alright, time to check court record with E.
So post-mortem, actually I should just look at it. Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Victim, Josiah Brett, female, British. Time of death, 11th August around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statement. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Strange. I wonder why that. Yuji Mikotoba, medical student professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. My best friend, who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. She's defended the case. Josiah Brett, the victim of the case, who is a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson and Takasuchi Auchi, a lead prosecutor of this case who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
It's Ouchie.
Let's go ahead and start saving on new files.
Now it's blue.
It was Josiah Brett.
Yes!
Hand.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Josiah Brett. Josiah Brett.
The name will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Josiah Brett Behind the woman's student persona was the face of...
Queen Victoria! The killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was... Josiah Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He's been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Josiah Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China's instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before.
That will do. I'm satisfied the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August, in broad daylight.
Oh, this is a pretty area.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. Apparently, the swan that was on her head was also killed, but... at least by looking at his picture, but... oh well.
Anyways, let's look at this. Is there anything particularly weird about... I mean, she's holding a pen. Why was she holding a pen? Hold on. This says death would have occurred minutes with it. Have occurred within minutes. This implies that there would have been a time, like, where she was, after she was stabbed, where she still had, like, life. I don't know about you, but she seems rather peaceful. For being someone who, like, I don't know, I feel like if someone was just stabbed, I don't think that they would be looking like this, like in their final death pose or whatever. I don't know, it just seems a bit weird to me. It looks like she's also... kind of looks like she's smiling, I don't know. Huh. Anything else? And again, Swan's dead. I don't know. Connected to her life force? I don't know.
An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in a bathing attire. And the accused, Raymond Bonnie. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. What'd I do?
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
I want to know, well... I want to know a powerful motive, honestly.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is that yokel boy using long words he doesn't really understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let's put this to the accused, shall we? Mamani-san, you're a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
So the motive is revenge.
The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Also, how do I smack this fan so hard that it neither breaks yet at the same time makes everyone in the courtroom quiet? It's kind of impressive, honestly. Oh, whatever. The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. And tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh, no, Ray! Be more careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap out all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really yada.
Being alone together.
Mimbani-san. Yes, what is it? Naruto-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why were you alone with her? Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion. That's all.
And let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on a bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have had an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let them goad you.
Oh dear, it's really terrifying, but Father's right, we need more information. As a lawyer...
The bathing spot. Where was this?
If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
How you are, you fresh-faced young yokel stud?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused a poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, had been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. I was the government who granted permission, not I. I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But, in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. There was a young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I won't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor, for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Constable. Tragic image.
And of course, we're still never gonna see her face. There's a bottle. Is there anything in here? Feathers. There's a glass. Is there anything... Wait. Oh, I thought we had an image of the other thing. Oh, well. I keep getting drawn to this back area, and I think... This is... It seems open here. Maybe not by much, but compared to the rest of it, it seems like deliberately open. Just slightly, though. But it's noticeably different from, like, this line here, where it's just, like, very faint, and it's just, like, a little opening. This seems like someone opened it, so... Weird.
As you can clearly see, there's nowhere where the nut anyone could have hit it.
Well, outside the hut...
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Photographic print of the scene of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound inside the victim's back is clearly visible. Let me take a closer look at that. I have the magnifying glass thing, too. Yeah, to me it looks more deliberately like it's supposed to be open. So it's possible someone could have stabbed her from outside the hut. Just barely, and with where she's sitting, it would be possible, too. Is there anything else weird, like in the briefcase and here? The bottle. Pen. Hand.
As I understand, then the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime, and damning evidence.
Witnesses? By who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takasuchi Hauchi, have been waiting for this moment. I am prepared to kill.
Sorry.
Oh yes, I am forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Rinosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Counsel. The old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
You also grew a little bit of hair right here.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the outsy growth, tiny hair. Bam, you see? This is the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth's trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where's the hope exactly?
I said silence. Today, I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. I will grow a tree. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
Well, you don't know about that until you're older.
Hey, Natsume! And Detective.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court.
Hasanaga.
Chief Inspector Toru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. I've got a turtle.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out to satirical I am a sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Who's this guy? Paparazzi?
Oh my goodness!
Struggling soon from the provinces, please. You need be in awe of me.
I need it?
It's only natural you feel nervousness in my presence. A lot of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he?
Also, it seems I just thought about it, he escaped the Reaper's curse, so traveling far does get you away from it, thankfully.
If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. I've got a turtle.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Oh yeah.
I suppose it's disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony.
You know what? Sure. You did it before, too.
It's my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Maybe inspiration? I don't know. Maybe he just wants to enjoy the sun?
Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with the researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They won some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Oh, of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. Secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Like the guy behind me. He's always there. Just gotta go out though. As you can see, the conversation was written up by this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me.
Thank you. This is Seki Natsume article. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Saseki-san. Debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... let me see this. Yep. Is there anything of note here? Cat. Wait. How'd you get a cat back? I thought you left Wagahe back at Britain. Or did... No, I was gonna say if Susayo brought Wagahe back, but no, we literally saw in the ending in last stream that Wagahe was watching as Susayo left. Also, why are you karate chopping? You know what, no. What's this crap? Why is this... That's weird. I don't think paper cracks, so that's weird. The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's ghost. That's what it was.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which other instance, the university immediately contracted the government to seek guidance. And the response was to permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duties flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
I don't know. Unfortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Oh, but only if I had, I'd never see that awful sight. Just relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Well, I gotta write this down.
I got paparazzi.
Before we start the formal testimony to the core, I will be right back. Alright, let me get comfy.
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
Yeah, it just seems like you have a lot of bad luck, don't you? Witness testimony. Let's do it. The witness is seen. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on special surveillance assignment in disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes, that young girl from astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Stabbed wildly? What? A single wound, though. Well, that don't match already. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she had stabbed the victim multiple times. Yeah, that's just flat out wrong, but...
Indeed. It does appear that from the testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you'll recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Consul? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would possibly identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right. The fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the M-Night barrel. R.M. Raymond Balmy. The initial of the defendant.
No! What force keeps pushing me?
This fountain pen will be made immediately as critical evidence.
Pen that victim was found grasping in her hand and carries initials RM.
So, have I admitted anything?
You admitted the fact that I want to look at this. Never mind, I don't want to look at this.
Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. Prosecutor ouchieved 9 months ago. None of this man's poise.
Counsel for defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Narhoda-san.
Naruto. That means... Oh, yes. Me.
Is there a Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruto in your courtroom. Actually, where's his parents?
Oh, heaven. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. I mean, I already know what the inconsistency is, but I'll press the first couple.
Hold it!
Is in that jaunty disguise. Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of the detective's job.
Turtle.
I submerged myself in salty water, leaving only my Mr. Turtle floating.
Inconspicuously on the surface. Thank you.
Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think you perhaps had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
Perhaps not.
Hold it!
What?
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sasaki-san?
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could pierce the heavens. Yeah! Or like... Of course, that's just a metaphor. What renowned authors are wont to describing things, so...
Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun.
Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself. Which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and head for the beach hut at a run. In more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off the hut-wise.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... How could that be? No, you must understand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Raymond Bombi-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you'll have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, finding your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. I am genius.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the Corps how exactly you found the aforementioned bear in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped aside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled into the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sasaki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
You'd like a literary man's opinion.
You know what? Let's just cut to the chase. The victim, it proved me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. All right. Cool story. Not possible though. Why? She was stabbed once.
Objection!
With accusatory cries that just swelled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Cosmo-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like to witness to clarify something for me.
Oh, where, when, how?
Not you, Sasaki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, Counsel.
I still got my book. In post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Mimbani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw of the defendant holding.
Yes, and...
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True! Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceed to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Sander, my head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing in multiple stab wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. The accused first plunged a deadly weapon into the victim. That was the fatal blow. And it was at that moment that just drew the blade ready for the next strike that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
And we are back to where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation. It better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does the father mean by that?
Does the court hear your answer then, Counsel?
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case.
The most plausible reason to me just seems to be like, well, in shock. You just want to, I don't know, maybe she thought she could still save a person who was about to literally die from a stab wound. So maybe if she thought, oh, if I take the knife out, it's going to stop hurting.
The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so that she could...
save her life.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Minbami-san was compelled to act in face with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion put forward by the Yokel Defense Counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. A young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not an iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of Defense Counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir.
I will do so flawlessly.
Forensic medicine primer.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could have caused heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Let's not forget that this young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
The man the victim murdered 9 months ago was Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is that what you just said, true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes.
Think of the weapon of itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
This is why Yoko should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village wouldn't have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's even ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Are you implying you stabbed someone?
Well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she would have claimed ignorance to such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to leave, but... could my friend actually have...
Sato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
Hello there.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needs spelling out, really. But
The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh.
back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is...
Clearly, the defendant Raymond Bonnie-san does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba?
I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know young people today. That friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic knowledge, medical knowledge.
Being involved in medical research, Mbami-san would have certainly been aware of it.
Would there have been a good reason?
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think that's inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Bonnie-san's nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, Constable, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this pleasing to defender, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defense motive, please. Yes. Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Mbami-san.
Hold it!
Unfortunately, I'm really not seeing anything.
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mbami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson has no time for outdated traditions. He met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Barney-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's step, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. Frey knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminders, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
I know what to do.
Come to think of it, Cosmo-sama and Naruho-san are always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail.
By the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
I'll do it straight away.
Alright.
Raucus England Returnees Tell All. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand and her eye chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Strange. Oh, hey! I don't think that was like that before, that it gives a check mark when you've checked it.
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's medical research? Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper, so that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as this is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could that reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
Where did he get this paper? What the heck?
It's highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray, she was managing it.
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yuma University. Even my father, who's responsible for the lab, knew nothing about it. What? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yuma Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yuma by Suseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident has taken place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory has been stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities, even in the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. I'm starting to get deja vu. Why is the poison being developed? Onset of symptoms occur within minutes, starting with the impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently been an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. An acute contraction of the pupils prior to death, huh? Where have I heard that before? Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes, so she wasn't actually stabbed to death, she was poisoned. Then again, she poisoned someone else, so maybe it just seems like what comes around goes around. RM.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to his pen in her dying moments is a very clear message, too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yuma University one.
Oh! Huh. So this ain't Ray's pen.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
So someone else was at the scene then. Interesting.
If we take off the pen's lid... Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
What? It's empty.
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Small reservoir. Strange. Peculiar. Well, we've already got some interesting news now. This pen is not Ray, so if we find another person whose initials are RM, they're immediately getting dragged into this, I feel. So let me take a well, first, base knowledge, yeah. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I think it's this. If I had to take a guess, maybe she thought that it's hard to explain, but the game will probably help me with it. Point being, this.
Objection!
No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! The yokel not only has poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here. In this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yuma University.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on that kind of hearsay that wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claims. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentions of your assertions.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something so to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says...
Before I do that, people. Nope. Ray, Jai, Ajit, Story. Okay, no one we know yet. Go back. Deadly and tiny quantities, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Miss Mbani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Knew that was coming.
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. Weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable in any way.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claimed she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. Well, what ground does she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
You can't possibly...
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In the case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison newspaper article?
Between this case and the poison and newspaper article. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought about something. I want to look at that newspaper again. Nah. Can it be this?
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence connection to the newspaper article?
In truth, I'm not really sure. But my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency.
If you seek advice, Counsel, then I suggest before indiscriminately thrusting evidence in my notes, you will forget everything!
No, not Robin.
You will forget everything, Judge.
Oh, duh. Take that! The eyes.
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in a post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing now, you yokel detective?
In a newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student, yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Eugen Mikotoba? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are the best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's arguments. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
What?
You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in a newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father.
A bad of a situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfound.
Huh? What? Why are you here now?
No, this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Right?
Mamami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day the professor and Seki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Josiah Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
Hey, wait a minute. Already, the court... I just realized something is already wrong now that I think says that she couldn't possibly be the killer. The post-mortem report describes her death as stab wound from behind. We know for a fact that she had to have been sitting in the chair, because look at the position of everything. There's this chair right here. She would be sitting on it. There'd be no reason for her to be standing in the middle for no reason whatsoever. And we know, and it was said that she, I don't know, it just feels like you can't be behind, well, I want to know what this is all about. Why is there just this little opening that's seems like deliberately there? It's not like these little just like imperfections that allow just a teeny tiny bit of light in. This seems like deliberate, like an opening.
I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
But already, again, wouldn't this immediately prove that she's innocent then? Because, like, well then again, no, but they saw where she was, or whatever. I don't know, things are weird. Sorry, I'm trying to do something.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Sorry, there's something annoying me.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, then she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage of which you have confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim has just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Mammy-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence. It is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It's brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I'd imagine there'll be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What the?
Hey, wait a minute. It's the same kind of crack. It's no, it's not just this. It's not similar or anything. It's literally identical. Who took this picture? Oh, and it... Aha! And it it was in behind here. Yeah. And you can tell because the entrance is right there. Oh, and you can see a little bit of her eyes now. That's not important though. The question is, who took this photograph?
Could not more damning shot exist. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it.
Order, order, order! Counsel of Defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have an ample proof. The court will now accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
I need to know who's taken these pictures.
The photographic print taken at the moment the victim was attacked. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Thank you. Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
no, I agree with her. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
Ugh.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Oh, I know who it is. I don't know their name, but I just saw about it. It's whoever that photographer is with Natsume. Again, it has the exact same mark on it. It's literally identical. So something's wrong with their camera.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has a murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yoga student blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no,
Susato, this is time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on a slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere that must... But there must be some way of working out who it is.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have an answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photograph print is, as I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
No, you can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you...
However, I am able to present evidence. The evidence is a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
Well,
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. What piece of evidence? A photograph.
This.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. It had already caught my eye as it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There's no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
A one-to-one copy.
Good gracious!
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
That tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
So you want the same tree in two places?
There won't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of...
It has to be a camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device.
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What?
Mini memo? Ah.
Many memo! I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you hearing about? You've already testified.
It's many memo. I tell you, many memo. Many memo.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Brighton Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
RM?
Now you mention it.
That secretly spy snapshot scribble stories that scupper my privacy.
Could that same reporter be...
A camera to the left hand, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Brighton Many Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And on one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Many memo. Stop!
So, that photographer who's been messing with Natsume is the one here, is our culprit here. What's up?
I'm so sorry, Susasa. I should have told you about the toxin. It's Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve that substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sato? You had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet, I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Sato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Sato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know.
Yeah, I knew she was gonna go with that. Because of the whole, Gina trial.
Oh. Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled through the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
Happy.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said and you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. Police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect a toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. You know, I was wondering before, why is the fountain pen empty? I wonder if we're not gonna find it on that knife, then I might have an idea why. Anyways,
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be off. Got little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I certainly see the merit of labeling it the bottle in Japanese.
can't you just put like a separate label next to it?
Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
You know what? That's fair. Don't drink this. Please do not drink it.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing.
No, it was Wrighton's. This Wrighton many memos. Also, I just noticed the pun in the name. Cool. Anyways, that's besides the point. Wrighton many memos. Fault. We know the pen belongs to him as well. Or, do we know it's belonging to him? I know that the symbol's not of the thing, so I just immediately assumed, oh, if it's not that, it's gotta be, you know, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. It probably belongs to him, let's be real. I just need to see if he has 3 circles as a symbol, as a symbol for him. What else? What else? What else? What else?
I'm trying to think here. What? It's when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, I'm surely your guest would love to hear about the work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. I can't say words.
Since Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo-san. By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph.
Yeah.
And then presumably when he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel! We just heard that new witness now ready to testify. Trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once.
It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined a knife that was used to end Mr. Zybrett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police quarters by rickshaw, so it'll be there in good time.
Ah,
But judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Council, what are the results?
this dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, had no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagents, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. No poisoning.
In short, the accused people at excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call a new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I am finding the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
It doesn't look like there's anything of importance on it. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
I have a theory. Please do not lick your pencil.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Vice Many of the Shuyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journal?
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm there when news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourself, people! Many memo stands a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will have this up, but send it above the folder. 72 points in a 5-leg format of the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then. Let's start with your name.
It's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Cosmos on a stream for a while.
By the way, my name is Takasuchi Ouchi. Name Takasuchi Ouchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness.
Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when the Brit sent it with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've gotta be fast. Fast leg to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't know it down, I would say. That's what I call a many-minmoism.
Stream?
Many memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when we were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me. Many memos, again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the show you news office after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's word had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Steady your tongue, young man. These are complex political situations at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going to some junket? People need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's sword so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give the formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Alright. The camera never lies.
The beach hut was made of shoddy with old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, and she stabbed her in the back. My slow motoring journal screen burst in flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled upon the rough weave upon the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Read screen, you say?
Right! As you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
Why did I get a new camera, sir?
The hut walls were made with just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief to the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to put my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. The whole thing, from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty...
I don't know why I just now am noticing this when I said I was going to look for this immediately starting, but we've already got an answer here. So, well, I guess I'll save. That's not what I meant to do, but sure. Anyways, back to what I was really going to do. Court record. This pen's yours. It's got the same symbol on it.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reed part and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
The tenacity of a purpose is considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run scoop the next. That's Memo-ism in a nutshell.
At last, it would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and the testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a starting paragraph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Also, he's gonna really hurt himself with that.
Save the game. The camera never lies.
Hold it!
Hold it.
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourself, people. He's making the journals for you.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
No, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even that's not even mini memoism. It's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, we can move on, huh?
Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
Well, it's like that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Hold on, wouldn't they have heard the flash? Sitting on a stool.
Hold it!
Okay.
So you actually saw Mimbani-san entering the hut?
Yep. And she was raging like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was the argument? What was that about exactly?
You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the ink woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs.
The man should have been an author. He's a scripted talent, so wasted on journalism.
But the student ranting's still on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climatic moment that I caught on film.
Hold it!
Do you swear by this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment. I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. That's what I have noted here.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What do you describe as a grim scene indeed?
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what mini memoism says.
A plan of the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found. Alright.
By the way, Mini Menmo-san.
Sans. Anyways, first off, let me get comfy. There's a suitcase, there's a stand, there's a stool.
Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the St. Green, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's a raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statements should perhaps be added to this formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many-Member-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many-memberism, but I'll gladly prove thy words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishman. I was only there as an observer.
I wonder.
Objection!
You were in there. Many-Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. Press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear this emblem of the Show You News on my arm.
Thanks for mentioning that.
In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems that journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
Are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many-Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bonney.
Is that a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.
No.
Right in Many-Memo. R.M.
That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many-memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, an ink stain. There's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It appears that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Horsey horse tongue!
Many-Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with the shy Bren in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Show You News will stand by me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor inclination to count every star night in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency.
I'm gonna save, but I know what it is. I just want to save regardless.
The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals the owner's identity is...
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Many-Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many-Memo-san, how you respond?
No!
Order! Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a show you news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
What exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student curse showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. It was all just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we many members say, the people who don't pay their dues are with for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition.
A condition.
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witnesses, Soseki-san, Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, going to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourself, because it's not a harmless one. It's big.
What?
Many memoirism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instant. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something?
Why am I back here? Oh, hey, we're just immediately jumping into it, I guess. The witness's secret.
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and other witnesses come running. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so she ran off to fetch help. That's what...
Wait, hold on. They... what? Detective noticed that... The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. Did Hosonaga ever say that? I don't remember him ever saying anything like that. I'm trying to think, did he? Because I swear I don't remember him saying anything of the sorts. But what does this change? It changes the fact that... I don't know, it changes something. But why? It's weird. Why didn't he not mention that? If he's even being truthful.
That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoirism demands I reveal it now.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness?
And
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question.
that's, true. Yes. You generally don't do the normal thing you should do when confronted with someone injured or dead, do you? Because the first time it was you saw someone get hurt in front of you, you ran away, and the second time now you've asked them a question.
He did! And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose of question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Well, rather than immediately start by running every statement through the mill, let's go ahead and start at the last statement here, because I'm curious about it. Or the last two.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Riderman?
Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as the Inspector Hosanaga saw Miss Brown on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her who did this to you. Don't project this any longer. Well, how did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or insent, I demand that you will amend your testimony. Yeah, I will.
I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Okay.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great...
Hold on, twice? Did something happen in the past before we helped you?
I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my mustache, because I'm Japanese.
You know what, concerning July Brett, I actually wouldn't doubt that.
Oh dear. Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman?
Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
What'd she do?
She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
I think I have an idea here. We had that map, right? The map of the scene? I've got an idea.
Objection!
Nope, never mind. Your Honor, let me explain.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true?
No, it's not easy to hear us stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you?
I have an idea of why she pointed that way.
The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger back at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction that the student girl was stands accused today.
No.
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond to in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but But I was trembling, she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction.
Thank you for saying that.
Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was. Somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. It's very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, certainly this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been in consciousness, and yes, perhaps her anger wavers slightly. But there can be no doubt that there was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there is no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that there is no one besides the accused who could have possibly committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No!
No! The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 pointing across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defense antechamber before the trials were resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all that information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then, the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what's really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Time to turn the whole thing around. I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Not exist.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit is concealed?
You better get ready for this. We're in for a doozy.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
And that got a reaction out of many memo.
Order, order, order!
But the student lawyer Naruhodo-san is Squire. That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I swear to that.
Obviously, the culprit had been outside the hut. There's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing! You yokel!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
It would have to be this.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of that saying.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No. I can't see anything. Any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls that you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at this scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Mini Memo-san, it could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at this photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
What are you talking about, knife thrower? She was alive for a few seconds after being stabbed. No, of course not.
Why not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was...
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Mbami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Mini Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mbami-san, isn't innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
Oh, this can't be. This ouchie-clad cat. My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept it. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict.
I didn't think he's gonna give up that easy.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed because of that dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
I knew it.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison we were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, the spread. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Given that her pupils are clearly constricted, it seems highly likely. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During the very proceedings of laboratory of the professor, your side resisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of a carbonated water in a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
Somebody made Miss Britt drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look who's dancing eyes! This will make for a great front page shot! Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, she's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does that he mean?
Ooh, let me capture those white eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me just show off that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court your testimony, the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and a man. I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. I'm not about to stop now, because that's many-memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I illuminated the truth, but slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is the trial going to take us?
Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous Englishman arguing, it got my goat. If the courts were going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
So, you admit then, that everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can't blame this miserable you can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free? What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of a charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there.
Sir. Whether or not you killed her or not now doesn't matter, because...
As someone who spends his life seeing the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony earlier. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook.
The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he would need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right. It is. Logical and true. I'm glad you all seem right. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Cosmo-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I assume the point here is, how do I prove that she was poisoned by Mini Memo? Hold it!
So, you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then?
Huh. The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation.
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer committed murder right here on our empire soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So in summary, murderous intentions then.
Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right. For society.
Yeah, the real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, crying for what she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of 2 minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Let's do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness. Then...
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson. A professor of the medicine. Of the medicine? Yes. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Nico Toba, no less.
Right, which the Englishwoman just cheered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
What?
Oh no, it's... Yep. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray,
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
but this awful man is making all this up. So please, you have to make this and listen.
Return to the dock at once, Mimbami-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, grape-peeping Tom.
Oh, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accuser's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defense's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Hold it!
Nothing to talk.
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspect her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of this new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the foreign government. For the government, why did I say foreign? Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's right. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. I left us, but as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I want to look at my own enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her if there were to be any incident involving it somehow, it just wouldn't be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Minimemo-san, one small question if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the bench hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from May Medical Research Laboratory. A story was published in this morning's edition of the Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Look at this. Look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Mini Memo-san?
As a journal, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memos and...
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Reporter Many Memo-san based it on information gleaned from eavesdropping.
So that's what this is all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with the stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
So, hold on. Sorry. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubt the efficacy of the poison sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper borer as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, the man then proceeds to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
That's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Huh? Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed.
Sorry, what change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Yes, that's it. That's when Mini Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd use. That could be the key here.
Unwittingly taking the poison, alright, but or stab her on the face of it sounds logic, but there's no question. I think I'm
Objection!
Yeah.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What? What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all this information from the newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, all we were told was this terrible toxin.
And then there was one important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, Counsel?
Mini Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before
before Ami-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which she subsequently included in his newspaper article. Namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, it's quite the understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is from my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but none amongst new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear to the victims that the victim's life has been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would have been foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Mimbani-san being no exception.
Therefore, we conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you. Write in mini memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through a reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order, order, order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of, yes, I can counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top-knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope!
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Oh, you gone fine. My emerging growth is on a...
I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed,
All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in many memo a mere report from a Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. Thanks for complimenting me. Anyways, there's one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison on the day in question?
I think it's time for everything to come to the end of it. I think it's time for the end of this. I wanted that to sound cooler, but I can't. Whatever.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens seem to somehow have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago.
I swear by weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as for thinking about words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Talk about soup corn, a sumptuous sink, and one's workers awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, in which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, the very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened!
True, we heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for the fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by using one of her outrageous answers, a pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
Wah.
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoirs had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pen snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty of reserve.
He's attacking the court!
You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more! If you thought you could bring that a my upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again!
It looks like as though this is going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. I see it. The situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
No such evidence could possibly exist!
Objection!
Many Memo, son. This is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well. Then I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. All we gotta do is use one little test.
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect trace of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini Memo Son, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least no one admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on this fountain pen at once.
This isn't my fault. Leave that power to show me that I'm trying to hold it out as I have to like this, but bound on every foreign power. And I took upon to the way pen apologize to about feel this whole name, but just as righteous as many men, as miracles, as many mob.
Sato, with me. I'm there. Did I do it right? Was it that was a Susanna takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown.
Well,
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
well,
When I saw it there in that lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? In your fountain pen.
Yeah, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Mini Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did you let an Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into the hunt intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter, a known killer, showing a full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about that. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting the practice of journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What'd you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very deeply depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, and she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up.
Well, guess that's it then. Finally, the truth.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yeah,
You often talked about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
there's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up?
What are you talking about? Cover up?
I'll remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should have never come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone on between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore up the article.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have then but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Mini-Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jedi Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
Well, it would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience at the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo... Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly. But the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts?
I brought weapon, knife.
Prosecutor Ouchi?
I, Taketsuchi out of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth, not once, now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Ouchiism.
Ouchiism?
One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
ring of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Ah!
Back. What? So beautiful. Nice. Why are you still here, Natsume? And you too, Hosonaga. And he is dead now. The hair was his heart. Alright. Well, sorry about your hair, sir.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Raymond Balmy-san,
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Yay. Yay. Beautiful flower petals.
Close adjourned.
Bye-bye. I actually might continue on to the second trial, at least start it up. Why not, after all?
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do is stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Sato. Hi.
Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formalist super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... What? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
Run.
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you. I couldn't have done without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What? Uh-oh. What is happening? Ah,
Saseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons I hope, but it's me. Sao Mikotoba.
I know. That's so divine. No. Lovely dashing. Yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were Locum's Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney.
Poor Suseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruho's unskillful defense at the Old Baileys, Sekio-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. I'm Chief Inspector of the Police Bureau. Okay, that's a total notice.
I'm not sure you'd be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of the restaurant. And then he got beat up. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Oh yes, it was an English doctor she killed, so I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that culprit herself is dead. We'll probably never know the answer now.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed there in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at Imperial Yume University. I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was unaware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Oh yeah, at the end of the first game, it said that that Susanoo was called back because Mikotoba was sick.
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of urgent telegram I had arrived from Japan. It said that you could collapse with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susanoo? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... Let me go... Oh, hey!
Many memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before you take me away, Professor!
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In the visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Josiah Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of law? He must mean Cosmo-sama. What are you talking about? What does that have to any of this have to do with Cosmo-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah!
Oh, hey.
Well, I didn't expect to find him in there.
Hi. What are you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Hi. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw's arrived, Sujin. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiroji Goku. And may I say, that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, hey? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Josiah Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to a reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Hi. Judicial Assistant Miko Toba-san Esquires, can I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Why would you know?
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquires stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent this telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in.
2? Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed concerned mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Shums forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Interesting. So after the first case, another one happened that no one was aware of.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, point is, seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
We're back here. Voice acting?
So-
Yep.
The mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better.
Why you're so scared every
How
day.
you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Susato. Alright, I think that's it for the first case. Now, I probably will go ahead and start the second case. There we go. Probably will go ahead and start the second case, because why not? I got time, I got nothing to do. Well, nothing that that's a different subject entirely. But, if I'm going to do it, I want to make it a bit more interesting, I'd say. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Before we do that, I'm going to do something. This game has alternative costumes available, but they're only accessible in the second game, so I thought, well, why don't we use them for it? But first, just in case, I'm going to do... Nope. How can I... Oh wait, can I just do... Yeah, that'll work. Let me... I'm going to put on the ones for... Ryanosuke and for, Susato. I don't think I'll do Shome's, though, because I like Shome's basic outfit more. It's just so... fitting. Alright, let me put this back up. It is going to... Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and continue then. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. This time with new outfits. I think. I think they should be up and at 'em now. For 2 characters at least. All 3. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
What?
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Yeah.
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
Very interesting titles. I should
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Sorry about the mouse. I forgot about it. My name is Ryanosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. Now on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now,
I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What a delicious smell wafting up from the stairs. It must be near the time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Shum's suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Show up, sweet.
Ah, Bruno, good. I was just about to call you up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. Smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruto. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes. I see. So that's it. Can you not, sir? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruto, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, Mike, of course. No, I don't look for admiration, you understand. Admiration's a weird... Whatever. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has. And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Really pulled your button off?
Yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like to get it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Harley, Reno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise. Yeah, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
Alright then, enough this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have new herbal tea for you to try, too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, the tiny child who lives with the insane man. No. Iris Wilson, Mr. Shum's lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yeah, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes is published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruto, won't you put us out of your misery? Our misery, sorry. What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? What was it? Really?
That's right. And she has some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast.
Oh, yes, what fun.
Well, I gotta examine things now. That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name.
Hurley calls it his great analysoscope. And it can analyze anything at all.
That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything of which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results? That's the key, and I confess I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analysis scope to solve the problem. That might not help. Ah yes, Mr. Shum's faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous?
Yes, it's a Stradivarius. Though I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Reno.
But didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Shums? I found it at a pawnbrokery among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, see, so I bid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Hillock Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow, it says so on the label. I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Mrs. Solid wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand a mess.
Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves.
Well, why not?
Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement, right from the outset.
Make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Shums just needs to tidy up. I heard you. Chest. Ah yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut.
That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases.
Yeah, so I've been led to believe. Though personally, I've never actually seen inside.
And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten.
What, is there a beast inside there or something? When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearths alight all day long, and I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all.
Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, huh, Hurley?
But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. Extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invent such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Yes, of course. Brilliant. The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. Oh, it taunts me. So, as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squid. I don't even know what that means. What? These are different pieces of evidence from cases you solved, aren't they, Mr. Shums? Not quite, Mr. Naruto. Not quite. These trinkets here are a selection from cases I solved with particular aplomb. They are souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruto. Memories. I'm trying to see if I recognize anything. Unfortunately, I do not. Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forgot. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Shums, wonderful.
I can type with my eyes shut, you know.
I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun.
That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. It was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake.
That's incredible.
But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all.
I think you might have just fallen asleep on the job.
I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris. Every single day.
Oh, well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice.
When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time.
Oh, yes. That's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some make you give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat.
That sounds ominous. Ah, yes. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle. Carbuncle 87... No.
It's from the case of a theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for garnet, you see. Especially if it's cut with a rounded top.
Oh, really? And this garment was blue, was it?
Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered.
Oh.
So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case.
A proper Herlock Sholmes conundrum, huh? There are so many different bottles up here on that charming little set of white shelves.
Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry.
I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know.
Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids.
He what?
He said he was hungry.
I'll be extra careful. I don't understand, Sholmes. Army I inherited from Cosmo. It's the same thing. Actually, question. Was she 10 in the last game? I thought she was 9 for some reason. No, she was 10. Was she? Yeah. Yeah, I think she was 10. I thought she was 9. Where can I go? Am I have room? Actually, had anyone change age? I was looking at that before, but I think Saw was the same, and I could not remember Sholmes. Oh. This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by International Post.
Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
I can't read. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer in the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do! We helped the man twice! No, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. You forgot them. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. Very deep impression they have made on you. Clearly. So we're probably going to be doing the other case that we never heard about. So what was the startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain about that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten, then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago. For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said apparently troubled Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mrs. Saw was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It's just he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susanoo's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
Why do you have your outfit on? Ah, well, who can say? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fault in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later.
What? He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Saseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last.
Iris, are they...
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. So I can't just live here now. It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time, and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susanoo-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful joys, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to the Barts at once. So Susanoo and I summoned a handsome and headed immediately to the hospital.
Rat!
Why is that the first thing that catches my eye?
Rat!
Hello?
There you are, at last!
Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
I think not.
Hey, now you got your the new outfit I put on for her. Yeah, this is the new outfit for Susato, so this is what she's gonna look like now. That's cool.
You're late! What on earth took you so long?
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital.
That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time.
Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for you for what has felt like an eternity.
In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had to be aroused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Hello. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found in the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back.
Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green.
Photo. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here.
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I'd say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think?
My, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you have a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. The model? This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? What are you talking about?
I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. He's an artist mannequin, I believe. Used to when practicing in sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. It's called an easel?
Rat!
A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo, an enormous mouse.
Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best.
It looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It looks very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking.
Rat!
What's this? Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
He or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. There are all sorts of medicine here in this cabin. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabin doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. What do you think I am? There are a lot of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you're a patient here, I feel sure you take some medicine by mistake when you're half asleep.
That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
I've no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you're half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. I like your hat. This looks like a patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. Rude. What is this place? A zoo?
You know, they seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park.
For the pigeons, yeah. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this.
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed in the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member must have brought some things for her.
Alright then, let's see what's inside. Changing of clothes, no doubt, eh?
No, Mr. Naruhodo, and you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Oh, I want chocolate. I got M&M's downstairs somewhere. I don't even want M&M, I want something more. Good morning.
Hi there.
Hello. I'm, Inosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no. Was that your knife that... Are you the man who...
No. I'm a lawyer.
And I'm Mrs. Saomi Gotoba. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no. Was it your knife then? Are you the one?
Oh, no. I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes.
Best wishes?
For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I just really want to be an artist. Well, the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Oh, gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking alongside the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. The case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be blue, not green. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away from the underground out here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton town centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road's far less salubrious as part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose the Seki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking out in such a district. That's all. Oh. Interesting. Seems that statement struck a nerve with her. What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into young maidens of private affairs.
Oh, dear me. Do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Green. Miss Green.
Is that Mr. Narufodo here? Mr. Narrow Feet Fodder?
Narrow fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but...
Ah, Mr. Narufodo, good. Here's for you. A mission from Miss Saucy Nutmeg.
What, who? Who? How did you translate that, Ryonosuke? How does that get translated to Soseki Natsume? Oh, whatever. So Natsume sent a message to me?
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time of the morning? What are you waiting for? Let me see that! Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? He says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Oh boy. Call the cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what?
I'll have a few hours. A few hours. I don't know. I'll hail that thing at once.
It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to all of us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. "21st of February, 7:18 a.m., Mr. Natsume's lodging, Grand Lord." Oh dear. Oh, wait, it's you! We briefly saw you before. Huh. So, okay. Well, I've already got a suspect in mind, considering we saw you accompanied with a certain other person. What on earth?
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He said...
Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Square.
Mr. Natsume.
Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird to catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle.
I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shove off. Show yourself the door. I never invited you.
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Oh, hey, Greggy. Here they are. Alrighty. Busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant. You give me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Huh. I deduced, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything.
Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Brick.
Oi! I said hands off. You're gonna miss on my crime scene.
Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all.
No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it.
Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to carry some favor. Hello. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he?
It's William Shakespeare.
Yeah, he was a lodger here.
As you can probably tell, he was an actor. Never did lost as happens, or just dead.
Mr. Shakespeare.
We met him once.
It was the landlord, Mr. Gaddib, and the other lodger, Miss Natsume, who found him. Philly didn't rise to it at his usual hour, though Gaddib got word and knocked the door down.
How'd he knock it down with his hurt leg? And he didn't have Joan to do it either. Or at least I assume not, because she's in jail. But doesn't Mr. Gaddib have a bad leg? Yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that gentle Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking.
Really? Saseki-san.
The victim was pretty hard up, seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life, and a miserable end to it.
So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you just send him away from the crime scene?
Well, I'm not saying it because Philly looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. I mean, the cohabiter.
You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
It certainly seems that way. He just does come across as such a odd fellow, doesn't he?
Poor man. How unfortunate.
Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm.
Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Strange. A terrible thing to have happened.
It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences.
So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, right? Why do I say story like that? Story!
Yes, right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose.
So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? Soseki? 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 What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken up by it?
Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never!
So,
On my honor, I swear.
What an extreme reaction. You probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there.
Sholmes, what are you doing? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally.
There's nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in the room here for 5 minutes. So far, all we've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first was that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsumi, what's wrong? Is there something that Mr. Shum said that is something that Mr. Shum said some significant somehow? No! Don't mind me! I was here! And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Shum's deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore.
You must tell us everything, Mr. Shums. Spare no detail.
But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Shums in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Act 1. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Let's begin. So the first topic is going to be cause of death. It says a physical? Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's Last Supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up his arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by a poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Please do not eat candle wax. Poisoning from soap ingestion. Alright. Now let's find out suicide or murder. Alright. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal would have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Is now the time to be making jokes about a dead person, Sholmes? Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. Alright, let's fix it up. I got endless food.
There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're not disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but for one so destitute, the soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. To be fair, I did hear something about, I feel like I've heard something about, like, if a person gets hungry enough, they'll just start trying to eat anything, literally anything, even things that are technically inedible, so to some degree I can see that as truth. Although, also, well, I actually don't know the answer to this, but how much would soap even cost in this time period? Would it really cost more, less than food?
How extraordinary.
In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut.
And did it?
As I writhed in agony on the floor and split the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it, even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh? What's that?
It's Mr. Natsume.
Ah!
I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Shum's seductions touched a nerve somehow.
Nonsense! Well, that's clenched teeth episode didn't last long.
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great text seduction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
Yeah, Mr. Shum's observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive into an obtuse angle. Like he's posing in a different angle, like right now. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do.
Yes, we must pick out the keywords of Mr. Shum's quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Shum's meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Act 1. And now the storm is coming. Grip! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So let's fix up the cause of death now. Correction. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates that the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, one half of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap so purposely upon the plate, like the victim's last supper, in fact? Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork rather than attempt it with chopsticks.
And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate.
But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate soap.
What about this teacup? Do you think he was drinking tea with the soap?
The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing.
Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp it as much down as possible.
Please remember that he may not actually have been a soap lover that he's been made out to be.
We've turned this man into a person who loves to... Huh? Hey, wait, what? Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must really have loved this stuff.
Let's not jump to conclusion, Mr. Naruto. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that that would fit perfectly together with the other half on the table?
Oh, what the? How can that be?
I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
Take that!
It's that then. The other piece of soap. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. And I got a cool new outfit too. Like my little mouse friend. It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating the soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that finishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched with foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then.
Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it.
If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. There are no signs of any food in this room at all.
Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it?
Yeah. In that case, it has to. Like a teacup, right? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves.
It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty.
Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea.
My thoughts exactly.
His shoe!
Take that!
There you go. The teacup. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to an immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in the teacup. So now the conclusion is the poison in the tea, which now creates a conundrum of suicide or murder. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests... Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far.
Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me
is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems.
Let's closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues.
Let me guess. Is there... Ah! It's another Western vessel for...
It's a teacup!
And it too is empty.
Given that he's actually... What? Why was Naruhodo so insistent? Whatever. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand...
We can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamspeare is actually drinking.
But if that's the case... This changes everything. Everything we deduced up now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it.
Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Natsume, how do you keep getting yourself in these situations? Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were two teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's Last Supper There was a guest present. Isn't this the show for, what's his name? Fairplay? I feel like it is. Is he the killer? At the very least, we can say now with certainty. Well, somebody else was here in the room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable! To draw a conclusion based on meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know exactly who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken law. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too bad to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. The identity of the guest who was here in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. We can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. It'd have to. Let me guess. Bottle. Oh! We had a whole thing with the books, didn't we?
It's empty.
Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it?
It makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time.
Bother. Sal-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially.
I wonder what they are. Let's see. Tiles read... The Picture of Monsieur Lecour, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabreau.
Wait... I'm sure I've heard those titles before.
That could just be an incredible coincidence, but... They're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day.
What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Soseki-san had just been into a bookshop and bought them. That's right.
Now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim.
Yet Mr. Natsume claims to never have been here before. What does this mean, do you think?
I really don't know what to make of it.
Pile of familiar books.
Take that!
Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment? No, never, non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Why do you get into this, Bose? Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So, you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening. But you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Hello. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Well, Soseki Natsume at the scene. I like that it explicitly says that he's not the killer. It just says at the scene. It's like... Hey. Not again. Not again, not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. Hi, FCT, how's it going? We just convicted the guy we got made innocent of in the last game. Oh, hey! Hold your horses! Yes. Door! Key! Locked! Entry! Exit! Entirely impossible! Well, the guy in the background's dead, it looks like. He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? Live in the same building, after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he?
Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting.
Facial expressions are adorable. Yeah. I love how over the top Soseki is. Welcome to Naruhodo, Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me! Please! Please, I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. Another thing. Oh, yeah? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me! Okay. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you! Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson and is no longer here. Why is the window blocked off? They mentioned it before. I think it was window taxes, which apparently is like Sholmes said it's because of window taxes, where it's like person was taxed more depending on how many windows they had. Which kind of sucks. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and of course. Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before?
See a rich guy before? Yeah, he was in the last... He was in the first of the Chronicle... He was in the previous case, or not previous, he was in the other, in Adventures.
It was the landlord, Mr. Gerdeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear.
Ah, Mr. John Gerdeb, yeah.
I expect we should find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual.
Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then.
Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was?
I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in Japanese prayer will help a British soul?
Sorry?
I made sure I had a reference at ready just for such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there?
Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bear poison inside.
Name is Shamspear, such an elf. Yeah, not the best name. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty.
That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspear's. And the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsumi was drinking from.
Pososeki-san wasn't poison, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Pair of teacups. The one with the green line around the rim was... The teacups were used by Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Natsumi. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. There's like a piece of glass on the floor or something. Oh, wait. What is this? Is it glass? What's it?
What's this?
Just drips down. Yeah, I'm playing... when playing through, the second game of the, of Chronicles, you can actually, change, Ryunosuke's and, Ryunosuke's, Susato's, and Shome's outfits, and I chose to change, Susato's and Ryunosuke's because I think they look cool. And I like Shome's in his original outfit. And I just thought, well, it'd be interesting to have the main characters really just have a different look for the second game of the Chronicles. Looks like part of an envelope, I think.
Yes, I would think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened.
Is that significant?
Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact. Is there?
Ah, she's right.
And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
So the question is, what was inside the envelope? I agree. You better take this, just in case. Ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspear's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Unfortunate.
There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yeah, not much use, are they? What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glass. I was thinking it's wasteful, he should donate some to the needy.
You can suggest it next time we meet. He just keeps throwing them.
As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of a former window tax that Britons had to pay.
So it is a window tax. Yeah. That's weird. And stupid, honestly. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? Extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax.
Oh! What is it, Mrs. Sato?
If you look closely, a number of these bricks are loose.
Really? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Looks as though an amateur has broken out of a few of them just here. Was it Mrs. Shamsbury who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room? Is that soap?
Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruto. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it.
Is it more bars of soap? What, outside? Does this guy have some sort of fascination with soap?
It's so cold outside. You can feel it through his gap.
It did snow all last night. It would be cold. It's lagging my hell. Oh, that's... Why is it... I don't know why it's lagging. Strange. I don't know why it's lagging. It says for me that it's not lagging. I have had times when it does lag, but it's pretty good at least saying when it has trouble, like with lag and all that, but at the moment it says that there shouldn't be any problems. I don't know. Weird. I wonder why. Well, I'm sorry. I Wish I knew what it was. Again, though. Hopefully it's not too bad at the very least. At least looking from my side, it doesn't seem like it's a problem. I mean, on my side, it doesn't even show, but I don't know. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window?
I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up on the outside? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two, after all.
Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap.
Ah! Oh, what the?
Do you see? In the middle here? There's a patch that's different color. It's sort of a transparent, but...
Some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain.
It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful.
That's
Probably a very expensive brand.
expensive. Then what's it doing in the ramshackle old room? A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shakespeare's window. It's one of the two that were found there. Huh. Jeez, wheels lift out. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
Squeaky chair.
Ah, I see. Yeah, now you point it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So, I mean, if you put a coin in there... Penny bar in the... Penny in the soap, oh, part of the poison? Could be? If you put a coin in here...
That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating.
So, if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. That's just mean.
Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Oh, wait. Oh, do I not get to explore anymore? Looks like you're having a good snoop. Oh, is it? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Hey, Inspector Gregson. Back so soon. After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, you better be leaving then.
Poor Mr. Natsumi must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon.
I'm sure. We should probably... Huh. Well. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this one. I'm sure. We should probably go and...
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah. Out, brief candle, lies but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? Is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day! Walking Dead! Okay. Is he dead now, or is he alive? What's staying alive?
The fella isn't dead at all. Get him to the hospital. What's that nonsense he was saying, though?
I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare? Is he just drunk then? I don't know. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. Inspector Gregson evicted us from that scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Oh, hey, it's you again, too.
Whatever do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. How do you get tried for that? I guess attempted murder? Anyways, I should probably take a look at this. This is the soap that had the mark in it.
As far as different color, it's an exquisite design, isn't it?
Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. Reminds me of the Hinomura design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is rather expensive soap.
It doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. Otherwise, it just show. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Mrs. Sato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never!
Want to bet? And then, of course, the teacups. Actually, interesting. To me, I can't inspect it, which is surprising to me, but to me it looks as though there's, like, markings of, like lip marks on both cups, implying that both drank from them. Which to me now just doesn't make sense, because if we're to assume that Shakespeare got poisoned, then going by the fact that there's lip marks on both cups, so should Natsume. Like, Natsume should have also been in poison. But collect soap. Plan to start collecting soap when it's our job. I don't really collect. I'm not much of a collector, actually, of many things. I feel like I used to collect stuff. I don't collect soap, but I'm trying to think. I used to collect like a. What did I used to collect? I think I. Oh, you know what? I kind of had this like passed on to me from my brother, but if you know Nintendo stuff, like they're amiibo things. My brother started collecting them, and it kind of just passed on to me, the whole collection. Well, it's kind of shared between us, really. Don't collect soaps, but I do know there's a lot of different types of soap, so that's cool, though. This must be the cup that Mr. Shakespeare was drinking from, then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never really noticed.
You never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? I'll take chocolate smelling soap from my mother because it didn't have any packaging saying soap on it. I feel like I've done something similar, but in like a different way, like misreading the package. You know, I know what I did. I misread a package of like just heating up chicken nuggets in a microwave. It said, I can't remember the full instruction stuff, but I think it was like what I do know is that I ended up misreading the how long to heat them up for, and I put them in for 30 minutes. Needless to say, I started smelling something burnt later on, as well as came into the kitchen finding out that my dad was trying to stop just ay. I forgot all about that. It's legit. Ugh.
Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese.
I see over normal tea. I think I've only had like sweet. Can't remember what kind of. I don't know what kind of tea I have. I like sweet tea or something. I'm not much of a tea drinker though. I mostly just drink water and then occasional soda.
This is a teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yeah, unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruto.
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you how to the proper way to take tea.
There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. But there is indication to me, at least, that Natsume did drink from his, simply because the little, like, mark left from the lips. Both of them have it, so it implies that he did drink. They both drink from teacups, so... If that's the case, then it couldn't have been the tea itself that was poisoned. There was something else that caused the poisoning. Oh, wait, we actually... I just realized, it actually gives... I still have the two other pieces of evidence from the other trial. Like juice a lot. I can only like certain types of juice. I don't know. I don't like all types of juice. What was it? There's one juice I always like to drink a lot. But I can't remember it now. Oh.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamsper did consume poison as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh! What's this? Yeah, finally we're gonna take notice of this guy. Hi there, sir. What's the man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
Excuse me. Can we have a word? Bike is broken. Yeah. What was that? He's gone. He just ran off. Strange.
I feel sure I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember. Well, how's that happen? Let's see what the prison, if Natsume's here yet. Nope. That was a quick answer. Mr. Garadeb, your wife is in jail now. I'm trying to think, was the room this neat before? Like, these items up here, was it that neat before? I feel like everything was more tilted up here. Maybe it's my imagination. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
We're here because Mr. Garadeb's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget.
Hey, Mr. Moonman.
Hey, you chaps, eh?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garadeb as anyone, really. It disappeared me. Yeah.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
Hey, look on the bright side. You don't have to worry about getting your knee burnt every time by your own wife. I guess. How many times did you do that last time, actually? 'Cause I know she did a lot.
I wonder, if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadeb?
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that. Dead loss of an actor chap in that ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Oh, you gonna stand? Hey! So the morning's incident. it must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened.
Well, the hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail.
Linley was a culprit in the case. Yeah. Interestingly, it turned out that it wasn't even a very, like, she didn't even, like, it was a accidental murder more, or not even murder. She was accidentally the culprit because of everything that happened in here, of what happened. Like, she didn't mean to actually stab the victim. Very interesting case. Let's just go with that.
Well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no body answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just slept by half an hour.
That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes of sleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
Cared have helped me.
Well, you know, better be safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
Mr. Shamspear. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has bally screw loose.
So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into.
Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude.
Well, I was doing research as well.
Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated.
It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have much in common.
Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude.
So about yesterday's events? After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well, no. Must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. How do you know? Romeo, oh boy.
Couldn't summon energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here.
What I want to know is, how do you know? How do you know that he turns his lights on and off if... Like, I don't know.
It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose you met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mr. Sato?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Miss Gerda, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs. Not with this blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know?
Yeah, thank you.
The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean.
That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it?
Let's say, I know what you're thinking, and it's probably outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Then how did you know, Mr. Gardeb?
It's a gas woman. Gas tells me everything.
Eh? The gas. Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I'd more or less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main.
Yeah, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
Oh. Okay, so you're looking... So the way you're able to tell if anyone's lit gas or not is simply if your room gets darker. I guess the first word suggested was prices. That tells a story of how things currently are, doesn't it? Anyways, so you're telling by if anyone's using gas by if your room gets darker, is what you're saying. What? They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the air lamps dimmed momentarily, might it?
Yeah, of course, because everything is connected to a single supply line pipe.
Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it.
Oh, of course. Because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires.
Clever.
In point of the fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh. That's fascinating, Mr. Gardeb. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh well, nothing to it really.
And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gardeb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity.
Well,
we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
a good idea.
Well, let's see what he's got to say. Prison's out here. Natsume!
Squeaky chair.
Didn't Shum say that this is a more, like a better place to live than your, actual, like, place you're staying, Natsume?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Logan's doing Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Oh. Yes? What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Shums?
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions are not of this world. They've left me. Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit where credit's due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too.
Moving on, we have some wonderful news. Huh?
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Now, in the absolute worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. I'm not exactly sure that's the best of consolations, but sure, let's go with it. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible. Oh. I'm stuck in a cell, suffering for some silly wrong and a stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Why the mustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. That's selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you are going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William. Well, it seems like Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Oh, yeah, you just admitted it. You were with him last night. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspeare, didn't you? Why did I say that? I'm not saying another word. I don't have a lawyer present. I am a lawyer. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? You are in great pain. Killer mustache. Yeah, he does have a pretty good mustache. I like his mustache. And eyebrows, holy crap. Why did I never even think about that? He got big eyebrows. I like it. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night, Mr. Natsume? There's something to tell. But, Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized as she ended up with a knife in her back.
It's hard to believe that was only yesterday.
After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting, and it developed into a discussion. He had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Gerdup said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then.
And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure.
Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. No! Never! Not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. When I left his room. That flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear, categorically. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I can't exactly say I disagree with them. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. He died after the first tea date, shame. Well, fortunately he came back to life, so there's that question mark?
It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
So there are foreigners everywhere I look, and they'll stare at me, they'll laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go outside. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why'd you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent's cheap. I have so little money, so it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived in there before I took the room, died there. Oh.
Oh no.
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful?
Horrible history.
How'd the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? No. The mind doesn't know any tricks. There's someone else. It's been a long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. Is there a reason why you could be feeling that every night? A reason why you could be feeling like you're dying or something?
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible.
You're right, I know it. That's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home.
I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all.
Fair enough, yeah.
Otherwise, I'm scared that yourself may become history.
Zaza knows how to make the man listen. Well, if it means it gets him out of trouble, then maybe it's okay. Of course, Sir Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Gerdeb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Could be gas fumes from dang lanterns. You know, that's possible, I guess. But, until I guess that is possible. It could be like gas poisoning or something like that. But until I can get more info on that, I can't say for sure. Well, that is possible. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place.
Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements.
You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps.
Oh dear, no. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspeare isn't in fact dead at all. Yeah, he's alive. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Uh-oh, hey. Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help over here when you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh dear, here we go. But you all hear first. Always, every time, the bad news comes first.
When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That is my guiding principle.
Alright, well, in that case, the good news it is. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why'd you ask?
Well, why did you ask me my preference?
Exactly. As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yeah, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him, alright?
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, thank goodness it's all over then. I can leave this somber cell.
Sorry, no, that's not on the cards.
Huh?
Why you're not, Inspector?
Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone? Oh dear.
You don't mean...
I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Why sweet poison did he seek to end my life? That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be warned to make the necessary preparations.
Great!
No!
And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him.
I can continue for a bit longer. I'll probably go till 5. Because why not? Alrighty. Oh, we're actually already starting the trial. Really? I thought we were going to continue with more, investigation first. Here we go. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in nervous sweat all the time. One of these days, I just need to refuse to arrest him with Alf's. The statistics of him being unlucky are so high. Yeah. It's like a... What was I gonna say? It's like... Maybe he's just like... His very existence just, like... It doesn't... Oh, well, hold on. Maybe he himself... Elf is just like his... What's the whole rumor go? It's like it's the Mothman one or whatever. Where it's like just him, like just seeing him exist or whatever. It's like guarantees that the disaster is gonna happen in a place or whatever. Maybe Natsume is just like that, where it's like if he's just gonna if he's there, there's going to be a disaster. It's not exactly his fault, but it's known that if he's there, a disaster happens. So I don't know. It's something along those lines. I can't remember the full thing. I don't even know if I got the right thing. I thought it was Mothman, but I can't remember. Some sort of urban legend or something like that. Well, I didn't think we'd be back here so soon. That's my line.
Good morning!
Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume.
It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here.
Yeah, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this! Another morning, another murder! And here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court!
I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Big for not No, I don't think it's big for a Loch Ness. Those ones are a bit... I feel like it was something Mothman. I feel like it was a West Virginian. And born like a legend or something like that. I want to say Mothman, but I might be wrong on that. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't big for Loch Ness, simply because I know those ones a little bit more. Those ones generally don't go that way. What also doesn't go that way is my internet, and it doesn't go up.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news.
Oh! Maybe don't say that next to this guy.
Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes. Morning.
So, here we are again.
Yes. Again. I mean, that's definitely Dial Town. Never heard of it. Don't know what that is. Usual says Miss Miko Toba Esquires. What's the bad news?
Oh dear, you heard, did you?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help but hear what you say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now what is it?
Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Beric Van Zieks.
Van Zieks? No, 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 no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. The most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through. But still.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in a dock when Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no!
That even if a person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end, one way or another.
So, now that he's going to be in... So hold on, so now Natsume is going to be gonna have the prosecution for his cases be Van Zieks twice. Is it just going to, like, cancel each other out? Like... I don't know. Because of the fact that he's faced the Reaper twice, will the luck can't... Like, will it cancel itself out? Will he be fine? Well, clearly he must be. Phone, dang, sim, and object ads. Interesting. Never heard of it. Seems interesting though. Might consider looking at it. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! Pair of petrifying perils, potentially!
Well, if it's potentially... At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Welcome to Mr. Naruto Esquire! Ah, yes. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You, more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go.
Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid you won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
That's probably for the best.
Oh,
If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling.
Mr. Naruto.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Cosmo that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor.
Oh yes.
Old Bailey. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is looking real cool. It's also ready, my lord.
Readiness for the trial, my Nipponese friend. Is it not what the defense needs? It's not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
No. It's not just my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
It's some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years that he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Yet now, he's back in the courtroom. Though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. He's a vampire, yeah. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Absolutely. I have a feeling this larrikin was an innocent before.
Okay. This... Okay. I have to say, the jury's picked at random. Yeah, right. You've appeared before. Okay, let's start counting how many. So 1.
I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
2.
Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the lucid look is very fetching. Actually.
3.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
You're new, actually. I'm surprised.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof.
4.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
5 of the jurors here have already appeared as jurors before. In fact, I'm pretty sure in the trial that was supposed to take place, in the game, in Natsume's previous trial, the 5 jurors, minus the girl with the fan, were all the same. I'm pretty sure. Aren't they supposed to be chosen at random? This is gonna have now, I don't know. Whatever. Random jurors, yeah, right.
British jury system is so different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of the judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public.
Quick stash, yeah.
And that judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
6 citizens of London chosen at random, yeah, right. Or at least that's the idea. These are not chosen at random.
The prosecution would like draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today.
Why?
Very well, let's commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
Oh, we're doing this already.
The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself.
Alright.
Witnesses, your names and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. The government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
Leave me. This is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the courts. Right, you are, sir.
Say more to it. Yeah, I think it is as well.
The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already submitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found in the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
Strychnine?
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making an entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he really nearly did it. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer in the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
The first thing that actually catches my attention here is, what's this, like, water stain or whatever? Why are you eating soap? Or at least, why are you appearing to look like you eat soap?
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what it was.
But he got back up.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Photographic print of the scene taken by the police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes.
As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. A tenant before me has died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume. How?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. Before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witness. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit.
Yep, this is gonna be a real tough fight already.
The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. Accused? Good grief. Order! Order!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. Gas stove? It could be gas, but the thing is, why would it... I don't know. It wasn't even a strychnine. I feel like the state of strychnine, like depending on if it's effective as a gas or a liquid for being a poison, is going to be important as well. If it's a gas, then that could say maybe he's maybe he dealt with the same thing that Mr. Natsume dealt with. If it's in liquid, then that points more blame at Natsume. So if Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume,
What have you say to this accusation?
That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Shanspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never.
The public pump was frozen, you say?
That's not information we've heard before.
That will do. Thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection?
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of events on the 9 question to the court now.
Yes, my lord.
Alrighty. The catastrophic night.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He could have locked the door behind me otherwise, how could he?
Certainly takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his gift as she left. Argument still stands.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they?
Oh yeah. Have they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. What are you doing? What? Why not?
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
It's simple enough.
There was none left. Not a drop. Some must have been very thirsty indeed.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter's clear. Cast your eyes over to the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me.
But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Hold it. Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
No. We weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have done. Would have sufficed.
Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shakespeare fancied himself having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. Sorry, I had to get my racism out.
I don't know why that one took... Okay, that one just kind of put me in a stun lock. Holy crap, what the... Okay. Anyways, disregarding the racist in the room, and on the 9th question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume? It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back to my lodgings when I ran to Mr. Shamsby outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but soon turned to a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No! Not one! Not two! Not any! Not at all! Never! Ever!
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Alright.
Hold it!
Hold it. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo. Catch me up. Raises comments. Catching off guard. Van Zeeks is very racist to Japanese. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet. Who is stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that it would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled out. In a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamsby had all sorts of customs in his room for just such a contest. So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet. After a vigorous wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top, a victory I'll cherish forever.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There's no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
And do you have any basis for the statement, witness?
Whoops.
Hold it!
Yeah, there's not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow would never have had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. It's just a pity, because one drop was all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. I have it on oath, I swear.
The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his rooms at 11 that night.
And how's it the landlord is able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants return to their room and start using gas, lamps in other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Gerdup seemed to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shamsby's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed to be that, not to be the case, yes.
So I'm right. My tea was harmless. Completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Just literally take some time to have an effect on the body.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed.
hold on. How exactly do we know... Wait, why exactly do we know it's this specific element? And the victim suffered violent convulsions, cramping, stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear. Death by poisoning again.
It's always so awful. How many times in this... why is death by poison so common? Actually, don't answer that.
30 minutes is a long time. Something long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
You can't deny that. And it further degrades the Seki-san's alibi.
I'll have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
A report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned from the police investigation.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset symptoms.
Well, I don't see it.
I want to see.
William Shakespeare, 31. He does not look 31, alright. Cause of coma. Ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea of the victim the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusion. Poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Weird. Should pass that while they're role playing. Would have been passed out. Wouldn't have been able to lock side. The other thing that I'm just trying to think of, the thing that confuses me the most is that on the teacups, there's clear signs of it says on the teacup description, there's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup, and the teacups used by Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Natsume. Both teacups clearly show sign of being used, of being drank from. And I mean, it could just be that, I mean, like Naruhodo said, he drinks his tea fast. Mr. Natsume could do the same thing, so it doesn't allow a chance for a tea ring to form. But it looks as though it has been, both have drinking from their cups. Unless the prosecution, like, I feel like, I don't know. Unless there's a way of proving that Natsume had something else to drink other than tea. It looks to me as though he drank from his cup as well. Which, if that's the case... Shouldn't our guy be poisoned their butcher? Exactly. If... Judging by the lip marks on both cups, by that logic, Natsume should also be dealing with the same problems that Shamspear's dealing with. But it's evident that he's very much not dealing with those. Great.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Miss Natsume's been saying, is it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. And... Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent. So you're innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspear could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! He drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a great saying, drink tea while it's hot. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there's sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No.
That's the extent of the testimonies, is it?
If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo.
Of course. Go ahead.
If Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating.
I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think.
I'm afraid so, as things stand. And the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty.
As I see it, I need to focus on its poison in the tea. Let's listen carefully to his testimony again. So it's gotta be something Inspector has got wrong. Take some time to have an effect on the body. Wait a minute. Hold on. First off, save. There's something I want to check that might show what's going on here. I need to check a whole bunch of evidence, though, to confirm. $1:30. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30. It was 9 o'clock. Hold on. Is this it?
Objection!
Bingo. You drink at 11, and yet the poisoning incident occurred at 1:30. That's a lot of time. Mr. Natsume, you say it was at 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally?
Of course we can. Is there a problem with our report, Sunshine?
Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
What? What are you on about?
I don't know how you don't know that word, but whatever. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours later, or after the defendant had left? Why do you both have the same freak out?
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks?
My response is that I need to have my own drink.
Maybe there's poison in this cup to free me from this stupid court. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accuser left?
For example, at the time stated in the medical reports, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There's nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim could be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
Well, that's a good point. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor?
That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Or the victim could have taken a poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Master Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
You've been lying. What? But he I was joking. Gosh dang it. No. I was joking. He could be lying. Even Van Zieks doesn't know how to respond.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Zieks? I was just listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Right, forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage?
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived.
Oh no, is it gonna be... Out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow. A poor player struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel. I grant you a request with the interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy I am, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my imperfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Why are you here? Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's the other man beside him? Why are you here? Are you just this guy's like bodyguard or something? Yes, I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of that man before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. With a great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare.
Oh, Nate Meerman. Adrian B. Meerman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company. He's in Brain's office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday, on Briar Road.
Alright, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and end it now. I said I'd go to 5, and it's now 5 o'clock. So, we will continue this. Looks like it'll worker bee. Considering he has B in his name, I'm starting to... I get the feeling that might actually be the like, gimmick with him or whatever. Anyways, I will hopefully be streaming again tomorrow. So, I'll see you all then. Though it might be, well, if I stream tomorrow, we'll see. I might stream tomorrow, I might not. I'll try to, but can't make any promises. Anyways, until next time, hope you all enjoyed, and see you later. Peace.